Oh, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever applies. Today we're going to be playing Horizon Forbidden West. Thank you to PlayStation for gifting me a copy of the game. I've been really enjoying it so far. I had to take yesterday off to just chillax, find my equilibrium. Like, if I do this 7 days a week every single day, I'm going to go flipping crazy. So, I'm not talking about Horizon, I'm just mean generally. Because I do the gaming news every day. Sometimes I just need a mental break. Okay. Now, I believe patch 1.05 has come out for the game. Right. So, we want to see... Let's do this one first, and then we might go back to this cauldron. Okay. I'm playing this game on very hard, so I have to be extra cautious about what I do and how I do it, because I can get one shot, literally. Okay, let's get this. Wow, just 1 day away, and I'm already sort of mesmerized by how beautiful the game is. Jeez. Use for the recording.
I think it is.
Okay.
You see that, Milo? You have to wait for an opening. Care to join the hunt? I've got your back,
Ah.
More ammo coming your way.
Thank you.
There we go. That'll hurt.
Oh, really? Come on. Wow. No, I am not. That's done and I'm dead. Let's try again. That's why I say I have to be extra cautious, because what's it called? This is very hard mode. Wow, I don't play for a day and my aim is already off. Now the thing is, with very hard mode, you have to be precise as anything with your aim. If you're off even a millimeter, you'll miss. Oh jeez. None of it.
Much better.
Wow. Ah, dang it.
This might help.
Go.
Come on, Aloy, give it to him.
Ah,
Not my chance. This one's mine.
another.
Think you can dodge my arrow? Here, Aloy, reload!
I have to be very cautious. Oh, jeez. Dang it. Another.
My aim's as sure as the sun rises.
He's nearly there.
Shake it up, Aloy! Keep fighting!
Wow. Come on.
Come on, come on! Nicely done.
Likewise.
Come, over here.
I got it. Jeez. So you can see that on this mode, even a simple encounter can be... It can feel like a boss fight from other games.
Pack's full, but my stash has room.
Right. I think that's it. Okay, let's Oh, hey Ian, good morning. Hey Serial, thank you for the raid, I appreciate you. That was Final Fantasy 13. Alright, let's talk to this person.
Sunhawk Talana Kane Kadish.
All good, good. How far are you into the game?
The savior of Meridian.
Milo is my new thrush. She joined the Hunter's Lodge shortly after the Battle at the Spire.
So, I got some interesting news.
Stories about our hunts together.
You know how I said I was going to be skipping Elden Ring? Bandai Namco actually reached out to me, and I'm actually on their list to receive a free copy of the game, potentially. So, I might be playing Elden Ring on Friday instead of Horizon. I'm not going to buy it, I can't afford to, but if they give it to me for free, hell yeah, I'll play it. Hey, a missing friend?
This man you're looking for, is he another hunter from the lodge?
He'd hate to hear you
And
say
it was
that.
good for me yesterday to just take
It's
the
a
day
long
off
story,
and just
but
chill and walk away from
He's
things.
a former noble.
I still
Met
work
out
on
in the
Friday.
wilds
Oh, cool.
After I was wounded on
But
a
where
hunt.
did you get your job?
He healed me. Then helped put a stop to machines that were threatening a nearby village. After that, we parted ways.
Sounds like there's more to the story.
Another time.
Serial, how are the sponsorships going?
So, Milu's your new thrush.
Are you going to get Final
Does that
Fantasy
mean the
6
Hawk can sponsor one
Pixel
yet?
Remaster?
Things have changed at the Hunter's Lodge. Now all who seek to become the best hunters are welcomed as members, no matter
Cleaning
their
offices, call
job.
center.
Don't worry.
Ah, fair enough.
You're still my favorite thrush.
You're really shaking things up.
As I promised when I became Sunhawk. And as for Milu, she believes learning to hunt will help her ailing tribe. Who am I to say no to that?
It's PC only. Yeah, that's literally what I said to Square Enix. I said that with all the Pixel remasters, not just 6. I said when they come to PlayStation, if ever, then I'll play them.
On a contract to hunt a deadly new machine.
I think they're on Steam
Several
only.
Striders, it turned out. The hunter-killer, too.
You said you were feeling restless.
Hopefully they will just
Like
release like a
Sunhawk Platform?
PlayStation Final Fantasy
Well,
Pixel
I just
Remaster
left the
collection
city.
or something.
I couldn't stand being cooped
Gotta
up
get
with
kids from school now?
bureaucratic
Alright.
regulations
Safe journey.
and formalities. But my time out in the wilds helped me realize the lodge needs to be more than a glorified trophy hall. Our hunters should be the spears that safeguard our civilians, like my father and brother were.
Sounds like a big challenge. I remember others in the lodge.
You know,
being so
Ian,
open-minded.
last night I had a dream
The rest will get a boot
where
out
I was doing flippin' pull-ups.
and I'll get back to it as soon as I find Amadis.
And I woke up just, sometimes you wake up just for a second. And then in bed, I realized I was like that with my arms. And then went back to bed. Went back to sleep.
I can help you find your friend.
I know you must have your own reasons.
Because I used to be able
for
to do
this,
pull-ups, so I miss being able to do
but
it.
I'd be glad to have your help.
What was he doing out here?
He lost someone close to him during the Red Raids. He
And
heading to
it
the side
takes
of the
time to build
battle
up
find
towards
near
it.
them to rest. Milu and I were on our way there now.
The battlefield's near. I can still come with you.
No. Go to Stone's Echo, heal, wait for me there, and think on today's lesson.
But
You're no good distracted by pain. Go.
Literally,
All hunters need
the way
recover
to
from time
start,
to time.
and if I ever got like a chin-up bar again, the way I would start again is you literally jump and resist as much as you can on the way down.
Will she be okay on her own?
You'll be too heavy
Of course.
to pull yourself up,
She's my
but you can at least try and resist.
The battlefield's this
It will
way.
probably tear up your back, but that's the point. It will then make your back stronger.
So this battlefield.
These
You
graphics
said
are
it was part
incredible.
of the Red Raids?
The Battle of Burning Blooms. Amadis was part of the Karja army that pushed into the west. His division attacked the Tanakh, but they underestimated the enemy's forces. It was a massacre.
I never thought you'd be friends with someone who participated in the Red Raids.
Oh, don't worry, he was one of the good ones. He tried to stop the attack, but it was too late.
Alright, let's
He's been
go.
on the run ever since.
I wonder if they shared the technology
You
with
think something went
Soccer
wrong for him
Punch
out here?
about Ghost of Tsushima when it comes to the trailing missions.
Don't worry. I'll track him down.
He promised he would get a message back to me. I waited, but it never came.
Yeah, who knows?
This is the field
Friends
where
in
the
a stash
Tanakh
later.
slaughtered the Karja.
Looks like time and weather have eroded most signs of battle. But there are a lot of footprints.
Yeah, Mum was saying as well.
Must be recent.
And she's in California,
look.
it's called. Examine the footprints.
Heavy footprints. Maybe Osseram. It's too many
Is
to
it?
tell if Amadis is with them.
That way.
I better look around. My focus might show me more.
Amadis was supposed to be alone. Why were Ossaram here?
Take a look.
Could be
Minus
fire.
6C. Oh, jeez.
Looks recent.
See what the weather is in the
Whoever was
UK.
here camped out for at least a night.
It's 8 in London. Salmon.
A Karja weapon. The blade's rusted. Must have been from the battle years ago.
Yeah. You ever need just a day where you just
Light prints.
walk away from
Awesome.
absolutely,
Maybe
literally
Karja.
nearly everything?
Looks like there's a trail I
It's
can
like
follow with
mental
my
break.
focus.
Even if it is literally just playing games.
Talana, I think I got something. Tracks that head away from the battlefield.
Lead the way.
I tried.
I don't get it. Why would Amadis keep going west?
Maybe there's something else around here?
Looks pretty abandoned to me.
Couch is full, but no pack has room.
I heard there's one missable trophy in this game. Yeah, it's pretty much the missable trophies are right at the very beginning of the game. So I've already got it. It's in the prologue area.
And Utaru. What's he doing out here?
Maybe he saw Amadis.
Let's ask him.
And let me just rob him.
Got left behind when the wagons rolled out.
Now let's talk to him.
Do not worry. I am not the Karja-hating kind.
Yeah, I thankfully I read the Power Picks guide before I started. I would have been very annoyed if I finished the whole game and then found out I missed trophies right at the start.
A Karja hunter.
He would have been traveling alone, clothes would have been well worn.
Yes, he was here, poking around the old battlefield. Wanted to know what happened.
But there's so many games, it's ridiculous. So like,
all the stories.
I might be playing Elden Ring on Friday, and then I want to finish this game, and then I want to finish Resident Evil 2 Remake. I got something else from PlayStation that I can't announce yet.
The Tenakth marched back west.
And then eventually I want to finish. I want to play Endwalker for 14.
I've heard rumors of a place
But you know, obviously this is first world problems. It's like, oh, poor me, I've got too many games to plan them. Boo hoo.
Depending on how you look at it.
Where is this place?
Further west in Tenakth territory, but that did not stop.
Gamer problems, yeah.
An Oseram caravan was camping out at the battlefield, about to head the same way.
It would be really ironic if I actually love Elden Ring.
Thanks, Lel.
I personally feel it's overhyped, but it doesn't mean it's not going to be a bad game. Because, like, for example, when I played the first Neo game,
Caravan. Maybe we'll find him on.
I went into Neo kind of like the way I went into Dark Souls. I'm not really going to get far. But then 5 or 6 streams later, I finished the game. I loved the first Neo. I thought it was amazing. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm just going to quickly go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Hey, sorry, I'm back. It's just the reason why I almost gave up on Bandai is because I thought if they couldn't give me Tales of Arise, so what chance do I possibly have to get Elden
Lead
Ring
on.
if they didn't even give me Tales of Arise? It felt like they gave Tales of Arise to everyone but me. That's what it felt like anyway.
It's in my stash. You mentioned Amadas lost someone close to him at the battle. Do you think the Tenakth took them prisoner instead? To the rot?
I don't know. Maybe.
Good. Now, what am I actually supposed to be doing now? We're going west. Okay. No. Okay. Wasn't flying that quick, I guess. Sorry, what am I doing? Here? Go to the western ridge. Okay, yeah, maybe here, I guess. What's this? Oh, this is where we went. I think where Thingy took us. Okay. Silence took us over there.
The ridge up ahead. It looks like there's a tunnel.
Alright, let's go. I will give, potentially, if I get Elden Ring. It's not guaranteed. If I get it, I will give it a
shell snapper.
real...
It hasn't seen us yet. We can use that.
Hawk and thrush. Just like old times.
Kill this... Oh, Jesus. Okay, weak against poison and fire. Okay.
I've got your back, Aloy.
Ow.
More ammo coming your way.
Dang it.
Take it off, Aloy.
New precision arrows. Oh, God. Effort.
I got you covered. Take this ammo.
I'll keep you busy.
Hawk needs her stuff. Now let's do this. Now that'll do some damage.
Right.
Let's make this a hunt worth celebrating. I'll hold it off until you get back. You're back. So let's finish this.
Dang it. That's annoying when there's just random explosions. You don't even know where it came from. I couldn't dodge it because I couldn't even see it. Okay. Maybe I should use fire arrows.
A shell tracker.
It hasn't seen us yet. We can use that.
Hawk and Thrush. Just like old times.
Now the fun starts.
Let's see where he goes. Now he's on fire. I'm seeing if I can poison him as well. Where is he? I now see if I can use my explosive thingies.
Over here.
Wi-Fi.
Thanks, Aloy. I knew you'd come. Come on, Aloy, give it to him. Are you okay, Aloy? Ammo for you. You and me, Aloy. Let's take this guy down.
Nice shot. He's got some sort of cannon. Yeah. A cannon on his tail. Oh, so she's got tear arrows. Fire arrows.
I would have taken this machine down without you.
Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Is there any point blasting it with ice?
Shake it off, Aloy. Keep fighting.
And ice seems to be his thing. You recharge. Oh. So, what the game does, it calculates, at least on this setting, it calculates your movements. And it puts the projectiles where you're running to. So that you have to change direction.
Grab the ammo.
To strike quicker than you.
I know you're tougher than that, Aloy. I need some help.
Stuck.
Watch it.
Jesus Christ. This is... Can I craft them? Oh, come on.
Now that'll do some damage.
Yeah, a mess. Let's say, what's the point in picking up an ice cannon versus a mob that spits out ice? There we go. We should finish it off, hopefully. GG.
Gotta say,
Oh.
feels good to hunt by your side again. Come on, let's head into the tunnel.
Nice fight. I like it. That was fun. I am really, really short on supplies. It's one of those things. Like, some people might look at it being very hard mode and be like, yeah, F that, I'm never going to get it done. You just have to believe. This tunnel here?
Stash this away for later.
Okay, we made it. Quick save. So, I really need to get back to a stash of some kind.
This note was left by an Oz.
So it says, a Delver's diary written with a friendly hand. Oh, this dam brings back some fond memories. I followed rumors of a gargantuan levy to this site, hoping to avail myself of yet another delightful delve. Or perhaps I hoped of an adventure as rousing as my visit to the frozen north. But now that I'm here, I find myself at a bit of a loss. Even with the eye of a well-versed adventurer, I cannot spot a way to reach the interior unscathed, for return with a loaded rucksack, for that matter. And truth be told, by the decrepit looks of it, I can scarcely imagine the effort outweighing the results. Wait. Have my reckless impulses been tempered by the good sense of a certain flame-haired Nora? I think they have. All for the best, I suppose. As much as I would relish another dam-busting delve, I doubt she would miraculously reappear to save me again. And even if she did, I wouldn't want her to risk her neck on my account. Not after all she did for me before. No, sir. I shall take a few moments to reminisce, and then southward it is to the burning shores. Cool.
This room. Delving at a dam.
I was wondering when.
Someone I know.
It's a dead end.
It says he's moving on. Huh. I know too.
I like that, you know, these side quests in this game have got a lot of substance. I feel a need to do all the side quests, to be perfectly honest.
I still need some kind of code to open. Doesn't look like there's anything I can do now.
Okay. Can I not destroy this? I mean, that terrain there looks like I could explode it. Enter the code. I don't even know what the code is. Let me look at my notebook. Maybe I missed something. Freaking out, was she? Let's see if we can find what the code is. Maybe it's written somewhere. Damn shame. Is there any numbers on here? Hang on a minute. I think there was numbers. Oh no, those question marks. Nora. Okay. So, effectively they're saying the glyphs written by the Nora that maybe have to find glyphs somewhere. See if I can blow this up or something. Ah, pry open. Okay.
Bunch of Osram supplies. A dead end.
Okay. There must be a code somewhere. So I was reading basically that apparently when it's like really hot weather, you can actually see Aloy sweat. Hang on a minute. I wonder if there's something I'm missing here. Does anyone see any numbers written anywhere? Search the tunnel for clues. There must be something that I've missed. So there's obviously something. Let's see if I can work it out. Anyone lurking? Does anyone have a clue? Air conditioning unit. I might have to Google it soon because I literally have no idea. At least we live in a time where the solution to nearly everything is just a Google search away. Or you would have hoped that, like, after a little bit of time, given that she's with us, that she would tell us the solution. Or give us a hint, like, look over here. What are you looking for? Oh, what's this?
Lana, I think
There
I
we go.
found something in the rubble.
What is it?
Okay, I found it.
An Osram.
Oh, I didn't even have to cheat. How about that?
What does it say?
It was part of the caravan that went through here. The note ends abruptly when the tunnel started to collapse, I guess.
Oh.
But there's nothing here about a Karja hunter. And an earlier caravan made it through before the collapse. Sounds like they went to a watering hole on the other side.
So he could have made it. Is there another way through?
I don't know. These mountains are pretty steep.
Then I'll have to find a way. Thank you, Aloy, for coming with me this far. But I've taken up enough of your time. Here, take this. May it help you on your own hunt.
Hold on. How do I get in contact with you if I find a way across the mountains?
I'll check in with Milu at Stone's Echo whenever I can. If you find a way, leave word with her.
I will. Good luck.
You too.
Doodly doodly.
Lana seems really worried about her friend. I wish there was more I could do, but I don't think there's a way past these mountains right now.
2 skill points. Alright. Need 3 for that. Five to upgrade that. What's this? Energy surge. Okay. Need to know. On hold. For 25. Unlocked face paint. Arja shadow. So what's the code to this? Hang on, let me look at the map again. Ah, so it's saying that there is another little room here. Maybe I have to just wait. Okay, whatever. Let's assume that we have to literally just wait. Let's look at the map. I mean, I could always just fast travel right here if I need to. Yeah. So for now, I can't go through this tunnel. So this must be unlocked later. And then I get to this area of the map. Okay. Let me summon my mount. Jeez. Wide more. What's this one? Sky Drifter. Let's ignore them both for now. Right. So let's head to there.
Stay here.
Stay. Alright, let's go this way. I do love my open world games. Like I said, this is a gatherer's dream. Okay, I can't climb up here. Let's save there. Alright, let's continue this one. Question mark over there. No. So yeah, I do feel like we're probably going to spend 10-20 hours per area. I want to be... When I finish the game, if I finish the story and get the... Like, I want the poetic ending. I want to finish the game completely, finish the story, get the platinum, and that's it. Put the game to bed. Until they release any sort of DLC or expansion.
Pack's full. I can get it from my stash later.
Oh. Big horn, big horn. So what's your plan for today, Ian?
These are the coordinates Vezra gave his henchmen in the Daunt. Time to see what the Eclipse are up to. Shock could do a lot of damage.
Be a friendly.
Eclipse. I need to get into those ruins and find out what they're up to. Those machines look like they've been overridden. I better be careful. There's people here. Utaru. Are they being forced to excavate these ruins?
Okay, so the purple ones are actually friendly. Let me see if I can actually get this machine in stealth.
If I don't keep working, you're gonna kill me.
There we go. I got trophy, stealth kill 10 machines. Come on! Come on! There we go. So yeah, if you move while you're aiming, your arrow goes God knows where. Okay, cool. Any more? Playing this game like it's flipping Assassin's Creed. Kill. He's still alive? There we go. Jeez. Just recharge everything as much as I can.
I need to take care of any Eclipse guards still around.
Need to see if I can take out the machine in stealth. It'll make my life a lot easier. There we go. All right.
I don't think I'm getting in through here. Not with all the Eclipse guards around.
We still need to work out what that unidentified signal is.
Take this to a dyer later. That's all of them. Now, I need to get into these ruins.
I can help
Stop
you get in.
whatever this Vezra's doing.
Cool. Yeah,
Let's
I guess
talk.
that guy's gonna lower the ladder, I guess. Welcome back, I was on the bus. Ah, okay. Welcome back.
It won't open from this side. It's got some kind of special lock. Eclipse bastards. Good riddance.
So, Vezra found an actual fortress to hole up in.
Listen.
I was saying, what's your plan for
Here to
today?
stop them, you could sneak in from the upper scaffold. We haven't reinforced all of the southern wall yet. Vezra's holed up on the other side of the pit.
Who are you? And the others?
I'm Yef. All of us are Utaru. The Eclipse have been prowling the borders of Plainsong, snatching up anyone they can. Would have worked me to death if you hadn't shown up.
Okay, kidnapped.
So the Eclipse abducted you?
Yeah. I was out, exploring a couple weeks ago when they caught me.
Exploring?
Well, more like wandering and looking for scraps. Plainsong isn't such a fun place to be right now. Not much food.
Relaxing, they sent me home without working.
It's
I start
1,000%
Friday,
better
but at least I get paid for the 2
Next
hours
time,
I was there
I'll stay
today.
closer
Oh,
to
good.
home.
The others ran off. Will they be okay?
They'll run straight for Plainsong. No guarantees, but they'll probably make it. I'd be more worried about the ones still inside. They'll either be working or penned up.
I'll keep an eye out for them.
Okay, what's waiting for me in there?
Any idea what's waiting for me inside?
Eclipse goons, killer machines, dangerous weapons from the old ones.
What kind of weapons?
You think they'd tell me? I was lucky to go a day without a beating. The leader's always droning on about wielding the ancient power of death.
That sounds bad. You should probably head back.
And miss my chance to deliver some payback? I want to help.
Then stay here and let me handle the fighting. If I rescue anyone else inside, they'll be grateful to see a friendly face.
Well, luck be with you then. Guess I'll just sit back and enjoy the show.
Fair enough. Okay, let's go in. Oh, did you watch my gaming news today? What's this? An ammo that deals purge water damage is now available in your inventory. Use your focus to scan enemies to see if they are weak to purge water. Hitting them with purge water will build up the drench state. Once in this state, their elemental attacks are disabled and they become more vulnerable to frost and shock attacks. Shoot purge water canisters with purge water arrows to detonate them and trigger a large elemental explosion. Ooh. Any thoughts on the PlayStation Plus games for next month?
Oh, look at all this. Must have been some battle the old ones fought here.
All forward positions overrun. Can't raise USRC.
Not interested? Fair
We're
enough.
dog meat. Any goddamn
Team Sonic
suggestions?
Racing is actually pretty good.
Still got an FAE. When the
I'll give you at
bots
least a
pour
few
in,
hours of
detonate.
enjoyment.
Blow up a whole lot of tin cans. Take them with us.
Spiteful. I like it. Make it happen. See you in the sky, soldier.
If it's true, though, because it's based on a leak, so it might not even be true.
No sign of anyone.
The blood and sweat of our slaves seed this ancient
Uh-oh.
and soon we will reap our destiny.
You think that's mean?
The old ones fought hard here. Looks like this place was under siege.
Let's go.
Upon this fortress, we construct the foundation of our
Wonder if I need to...
We, privileged few, will rule over thousands.
Maybe... Oh. Do I sneak through here? Or can I pull it down, I wonder? I'm not actually sure where I'm supposed to go.
No longer are we
Ah,
burdened
this
by
way.
the cost of the masses. We are free. Free to conquer.
But it's still a stealth mission as far as anyone's concerned.
That's my way in.
Not a morning person. Yeah.
This'll be in my stash when I need it. Quite an operation the
We
Eclipse
won't
had here.
stop this meridian.
Time to put an end to it.
The known world will tremble as our shadow stretches across the land.
Bad guy. Bad guy.
Damn! Ah! Here we go. I need help here. Together! We've got to help them. Hit her!
I'm over it.
I'm no longer just a man. I wield the very
Finish her!
Dang it. Let's try again, but this time let's try to actually stealth and not miss flipping shots. As you see, like, all the drama because I missed the first shot. There he is. That's what I was supposed to do the first time. Okay. So you notice I aimed slightly above because I'm accounting for arrow dip from that sort of distance.
blood and sweat of our slaves seed this ancient battleground. And soon, we will reap our destiny.
Please don't scan. Too quick. I was gonna just go after him and stealth, but I can't.
The foundation of our empire. We, privileged few, will rule over thousands.
Not bother. Okay, fair to say that they caught me. Oh, I'm dead. Dang it. So you mess up stealth even for a second and this is what happens. And let's try again. So... go around this way.
Men of shadow. The blood and sweat of our slaves seed this ancient battleground. And soon, we will reach our destiny.
Yeah, forget it. I think I need to do all of this in stealth. Because, you see, when I'm fighting them, they take simply way too long to kill, one-on-one. And it I'm going to assume... Oh wow. Maybe on a different difficulty setting.
The blood and sweat of our slaves seed this ancient battleground. And soon, we will reap our destiny.
Wasn't enough.
Kind of a...
We construct the foundation. Privileged few will rule over thousands.
Really? Another one came along and one-shot me? Are you kidding? Dang it. Hang on, sorry. Son of a... Alright, let's try again. Really? Ah.
She's quick! Keep running!
Bye.
Get over there!
Come on.
Foundation of our empire.
I can switch it up.
We, privileged few, will rule over thousands.
Oh, jeez.
Burdened by the caution. Free.
Nice shot. Let's try again. So, like, yeah. By getting into combat early, I really make it hard for myself. So, let's try not to. Let's see if we can... Hello? I don't know why these are missing. Okay, whatever. Whatever, game. There we go. Well, we killed one of them.
There.
I'm just starting with you!
I'm running. Whatever, game.
I can't see her now!
We will stop with Meridian. The known world will tremble as our shadow stretches across the land.
You! Put this out!
Now
Yeah?
for their leader. Those speakers have to be connected to a power
Okay.
source somewhere.
I did it, chat. World
Probably inside
first,
that big
GG.
structure. But that's where I'll find him.
Got a quarter ton of metal on top of me. Maybe.
Let me get up and
what's
stretch.
left. FAE hasn't blown. Which means that the engineers are dead. Gotta cut myself out of here. And it's gonna hurt. But you know what they say. If you want something done right.
Yep. Alright, you want something done right? Order it from Amazon.
Remember, only I can give you this gift. Only I can lead you. For I am no longer just a man. I wield the very
Likes the
power
sound
of
of their own
death
voice.
itself.
What's it called? I was actually really disappointed with the Twinkies. Like in the UK, we have Cadbury mini rolls. Cadbury mini rolls are way tastier than Twinkies, in my opinion. If you've not tried a Cadbury mini roll before, I would highly recommend them. And something we do sometimes as well, we put them in the freezer, we freeze them. And then eat them when they're cold, and they taste even better. Of course, they contain chocolate. Yeah, I mean, I have not had chocolate for a long time now, probably 2-3 years. At this point. Okay, that's that. Blue thing, blue chest.
I can grab this from my stash later.
Okay.
Upon this fortress, we construct the foundation of our empire.
We shoot those speakers.
Privileged few will rule over thousands.
It reminds me of flipping hearing John Esposito in Far Cry 6. Yada, it's paradise. I just want to make sure I've looted everything before I go inside. Let's open up. I guess we have to face the leader.
Toru
An
prisoners.
Outlander?
I gotta let them out. Quick.
Help us!
Calm down, everyone. I'm gonna set you free.
Blessed thanks!
Hang tight. I'll get you out of there. You're safe now. Get as far from here as you can.
But what will you do?
Clean up this mess.
Alone?
That's certain death!
Sure. For the bad guys. All of you, find a place to hide while I finish this. Now,
And I'm totally gonna do this third time. The 0 deaths. Medicinal herbs. Lemon this.
Time's up. Warbots are right outside. Inputting detonation sequence. Alpha, Charlie, Echo. Shit. Safety switches won't disengage. No time to do it manually. It's over. I failed. God, if you're listening, look out for my little girl.
Well, rip. lot of stuff. Ah, we're locked in. Yeah, this looks like a flipping boss arena, doesn't it?
Parts of the old ones are mine alone to command. By mastering them, I will secure our future.
Maybe you should secure your hideout first.
The savior of Mithrie. How kind of you, delivering.
Shut up, Vezra. It's over.
Hardly. You may have driven us from the Sundom, but now is the time for revenge.
Oh, bollocks.
That Ravager isn't gonna make things easy. I gotta take it out, fast.
You think?
Pain's
Ow.
exciting.
Did you see how it fake left and then went right? I was stun locked. Unfortunate that I was stun locked while it was jumping at me. Let's try again. Yep.
That Ravager isn't gonna make things easy. I gotta take it out, fast.
Ow. Dang it. Let's try again.
That Ravager isn't gonna make things easy. I gotta take it out, fast.
Well, that was the worst possible start. I missed. I missed an inanimate object. Let's try again. Whoops.
That Ravager isn't gonna make things easy. I gotta take it out, fast.
Really? Come on. It would help if I actually...
Coward! Someday my blade will find you!
I can keep going.
Got you!
Nice game. Like, he didn't blast through it before, but just when I was using a potion, then he blast through it. I thought I had cover there. Hey Squalls, how you doing today?
That Ravager isn't gonna make things easy. I gotta take it out, fast.
Okay, so he's dead.
You shouldn't have dragged me out here. Oh.
That was all I had.
You can't just vanish.
Hang on, I'm just trying to get very precise shots.
You're just gonna hide?
Where is he? Where is? Maybe shoot you in the dick. I'm aiming for his dick now. DJ.
What I wouldn't give.
Is this a new ability?
You'd have to try a lot harder for that.
What, the dick shots? No, it's something I brought from the first game.
Gone in an instant.
It's surprisingly effective. But this is a harder setting. It's a good thing, yeah. How's life treating you, otherwise?
Are you okay?
I took yesterday off to just chill and, you know, just relax. I needed it.
I hoped you just beat the snot out of these bastards, but this is beautiful.
The others. I told them to hide. Are they?
Everyone's okay. They all found a safe place. I figure we'll camp out here until we get our strength back up. Then I'll take everyone back to Plainsong.
Thanks, Jeff.
Like, who would have thought playing games for a living is
Sometimes during his ramblings,
that was good. That
Bezra
much
mentioned
effort
his former
that I need a
comrades.
break from it.
Said they'd arrive any day now. Are we safe?
I don't know. But I intend to find out.
One thing I found
There's
is
some
that
time in here.
I'll
take a look around.
what's it
I don't
called?
know if there's any more clips we need to worry about.
Is generally, because I've been doing content creation for like nearly a decade, that I only now play games when I when I stream. I don't play games otherwise.
I left word in the domed. If the others are still alive,
Be a busy week for me
they'll find
as
it
well.
and try to join me
Between
here.
studying and night shifts. Yeah, of course, I can imagine.
Domed. If the others are still alive,
Hopefully it will
they'll
lead
find it
to
and try
just
to join me here.
good
Now,
career
if I
though.
take them out first, which I did.
Let me examine this one.
Loyal Eclipse. Loyal Eclipse.
Wait, let me play this.
Loyal Eclipse. If you're seeing this, it means you've left the Sundom in search of something to follow.
And I've been working really hard on my YouTube channels as well.
Your journey is almost over. Follow the
I have
Sundom
said
beyond
clearly
the
that I'm
gates
a
of
YouTuber
barren
who
light,
streams, not the other way around.
and bask in the
All my
glow
free
of
time is for
future
gaming. Yeah, same
conquest.
for me.
The new empire awaits.
But it's one of those things that when you've been a content creator
If you're seeing
for a long
this,
time,
if you're seeing this, it means you've left the Sundom in search of something to
echoing.
something to follow. Your journey is almost over. Beyond the gates of barren light. Gates of barren light, and bask in the glow of future conquest.
I've seen this before. I think that's the last of them.
The new empire awaits.
Maybe my
But that
focus
echoing was weird. That what the point I'm making is that it's difficult sometimes to play any game if you can't stream it. 'Cause
5 tribes.
I'm used to monetizing everything I do, and I'm used to recording everything on YouTube.
5 tribes. 5 bombs. That's what I need. With their capitals in ruins, and will have no choice but to submit to my rule.
Yeah, yeah.
5 bombs. That's what I need. With their capitals in ruins, they will have no choice but to submit to my rule.
I'll say this for Vezra. He dreamed big.
Sure.
Guess that's all I need to know.
Obviously,
I should
yeah.
talk to Yef. Let him know what I found.
What did you find?
Vezra's comrades are dead. The Utaru have nothing to fear.
Just right now, we have way too many games to play. Like, I got contacted by Bandai Namco. I might be receiving a free copy of Elden Ring on Friday.
Like me could ever do for someone like you.
I'll check out Elden Ring.
If you ever need a favor,
And then I want to finish this game. I want to finish Resident Evil 2 Remake. I want to finish Final Fantasy 14 Endwalker expansion story. Okay. I got the trophy, Save the Dawn. But, you know, it's what I can say, first world problems, that I've got too many games to play. Oh, woe is me. But yeah, I was very happy about getting the message from Bandai about Elden Ring. But that's cool. Because I can't say, for example, that Souls type games are my thing. Absolutely not. But I did finish Neo, you know, the first Samurai Souls type game. Neo 2 was way too hard. But I did finish Neo 1. I've played a little bit of Dark Souls 1. I've played a little bit of Dark Souls 3. I've not actually played Bloodborne. So you basically platinum every game you play. Yeah, yeah. That's if a game seems interesting to me, I'll platinum it. If it doesn't seem interesting enough to platinum, I will probably quit the game within the first hour. So it's kind of like I'm in all the way or not at all. Okay, let's do this cauldron. But the reason I go after platinum trophies is so that when I get it, then it's like, okay, I've platinumed the game. I don't need to play it again. I've done 100% of everything. That's it. So if I ever platinum this game, then I won't touch it again until there's any sort of DLC or expansion. Oh, jeez.
If I find where these machines are made, I might learn how to override them.
What this thing is about. Let me just quickly restock before I go into the cauldron. Did you ever play the first Horizon?
Save the extra stock for later.
Not really. I've never got, like, for example, 3/4 through and then quit. I've always, like, gone all the way to the end. Because, like I said, I usually can make my mind up within the first couple of hours. If I'm going to finish it or not. I mean, the main thing I've changed my mind about is what difficulty setting. Like, if this very hard mode was literally just too hard, I would have reduced it already. But I'm getting through it, so...
Down it goes.
There we go. Alright, let's go into this cauldron. These cauldrons are not easy, by the way.
Hack this open.
How about you? I mean, I have also been disappointed by some endings of some games. So, like, I hated the ending of Final Fantasy X. Hated it. I finished it. I put 40 hours into it. But I absolutely hated the ending. So this is the Matrix type levels. Happened to me when I was playing Sekiro. Yeah, I mean, I did actually play Sekiro for the first few hours. I defeated, I think, the first 2 bosses. And then I got eliminated by a bunch of chickens. And then I lost all my patience. I gave up the game.
It is.
Oh.
Seems starting to... maybe this wasn't such a good idea.
You think?
Here we go again. That was fun. Now I need to find my way to the core.
She did that all by herself. I didn't have to press anything. Maybe that's the way out. Damaging a steam vent will create a stealth area.
Oh, it should hide me for a while.
And I sneak up on this guy. But not really. Okay. Yeah, I mean, oh, you can ask the chat, like, oh, there has been a couple of games where I've literally rage quit in the first hour. Like, that has happened. And it's like, for example, sometimes I'm surprised by certain games. So I loved playing Final Fantasy 15. Absolutely loved everything about it. And then the first DLC comes out called Episode Gladio. It's kind of like a deep dive into one of the main characters of the game. And that DLC, I absolutely hated it. So I quit the DLC in the first, I think, hour. I absolutely hated it. I was sort of like, how is a game like an 8, 9 out of 10? And the first DLC is like a 2. It doesn't make any sense. But then they released other DLC after, and thankfully the other DLC was much better. This place reminds me of the Void Transformers game. Yeah, it's very sort of out of place with the rest of the game. But obviously the machines had to come from somewhere, didn't they? The shortcut? I think this is the shortcut. Alright, let's see if there's anything back here first. But by completing these cauldrons, basically, I get to override more machines. Which means to turn them into... Overriding machines means turning them into mounts, basically. We get access to more abilities and stuff. But there is a lot of games to play, so just like right now, maybe on Friday Elden Ring, this game, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Final Fantasy 14, and Walker. And then I've got a long list of other pending games. And then next month, we have other games that I can't even announce yet because of different partnerships with different companies. And then in May, I think we got Forspoken. There is way too many games to play. As in, I will always have something to do on stream. I'll always have something to grind and something to play. Especially because I go after platinum trophies.
Gotta find a way to the other side. Could catch a ride on those to get across. If I don't get shot at by those machines.
Okay. Yep. It's good that she's sharp and melee. When we get up close and personal. So, always wanted to start a game with you here, but I didn't catch most of the live streams. Yeah, I mean, you could always just watch the VODs on my Let's Play YouTube channel if you miss any streams. That's why I put them onto the VOD channel. Because what happened is, in the past, is I used to back up all the live streams. I used to highlight them on Twitch. So I had a whole collection of VODs on Twitch itself of like games I've completed and stuff. But then a few months back, there was basically a DMCA drama on Twitch where basically these companies were issuing thousands of takedown notices against Twitch all at the same time. So what Twitch recommended everyone to do was to delete all of their VODs and all of the clips just in case. And they gave us 3 days to do it. So I lost a lot of my first playthroughs because of that. Like, of really great games, like God of War, Last of Us Part 2, and some other games. So I replayed God of War recently, that's fine. But, you know, I am really angry that certain games got lost, like Last of Us Part 2.
That has to be the plan.
So that's why now I back up everything to the Let's Play channel, and I don't even keep the VOD on Twitch. I delete the VOD as soon as it's transferred to YouTube. And even the same for clips. So if there's ever a DMCA drama again on Twitch, I'll be like, I don't keep anything on Twitch, so I'm covered. I'm fine. So last Resident Evil 4 played was... Sorry, the last Resident Evil I've played was 7 Biohazard, and I'm so excited to see the 2 remake. You understand that? Yeah, I mean, I loved 7. I actually platinumed it. Like, Madhouse is flipping crazy. Absolutely nuts. Can I get across here? Okay. Need to remember always that I've actually got my glider. Guardians of the Galaxy was a great game. It was surprisingly good. I don't know if you play Guardians of the Galaxy. What was interesting though is, because, you know, I'm always doing research for the gaming news. I'm reading things every single day. Apparently, allegedly, Square Enix was actually disappointed with the results of Guardians of the Galaxy. And the reason that surprised me is because the there really wasn't that good marketing for the game at all. I thought the marketing could have been a hell of a lot better. Okay, so I got that. Now where do I go?
Jumping onto that arm should be easy enough.
Okay, so you have to time it. And there has been some games I was really disappointed in. So, for example, I was looking forward to Dying Light 2 for a long time. I would say even years at this point. And basically, I wasn't able to co-op the game. I was absolutely disappointed. Like, really disappointed. Let me quickly go back. Let me see if I can override that thing. A lot of them... And I don't have that much time for them. Yeah, it's what I was saying, is that I do this for a living. I do this full time. And there is not enough time to play all the games that are coming out. There's way too many. But, you know, as we say, first world problems. It's like, boo-hoo, there's too many games to play. And also, right now, games are getting really expensive. So, if I wasn't getting the partnerships or sponsorships from these different companies, there's no way I could afford to do this. I don't make that much money on YouTube and Twitch. Not yet, anyway. I hope I will eventually, but for now, I don't make that much. I barely make ends meet. That's part of the reason why I've started 6 YouTube channels rather than just 1.
It's got in that container this back.
Yeah, so even though this is just a transport bot, it can one-shot me. I have to be careful. If I can... There you go. Ah, see? Nearly one-shot me. Oh, jeez. And that does irritate me a little bit. Well, a lot actually. When I get stuck in some scenery, and that is what gets me killed. Yeah. So even though that's, you see, that's a simple mob, but it still killed me because I'm playing on so hard of a setting. Oh, you reach what you want soon? Yeah, I mean, I'm already at a point where everything is just a want, not a need. So, like, for example, I was in debt for like a decade. Thankfully, I've been able to eliminate that. So, my monthly payments are manageable now. Wow, one-shot me. A mob looks hard, yeah. Always play on medium. Yeah, I usually play on easy. I just, for this game, I wanted to challenge myself. I do feel that I can do this on very hard. And hopefully it will harden me up for, like I said, maybe even games like Elden Ring. Because one of the things as well that sort of is my test in video games is my patience. That if I die over and over again, do I have the patience to, what's it called? To try again? Or will I just rage quit? Really? I wasn't anywhere near it. It's like the explosion followed me. Oh well, let's try again. What can you do? And this is just... While I'm trying to kill this transporter, this is just a, what's it called? A trash mob. This is not needed for the game. Wow. I'm getting stuck on random terrain as well.
Still in this fight.
Yeah, for now. I wonder if I should put some explosions.
Gotta get more ammo.
And what can annoy me as well sometimes is when it feels like they pull out some move you just haven't seen before. There we go. Got it. So we had to use a couple of traps on it to get it down. Done. World first. Done the best. Now that was just a trash mob. So let's see what the boss is like.
Refill my pouch with these later.
Yeah, the more you play these sort of games, the more you you have to just use everything at your disposal. Like, crafting does definitely help in this game.
Could try getting to that arm below.
See, timing is thing. There it is.
Thanks. I can make that jump.
There we go. Yeah. And sometimes it is just a good idea that leads to the victory rather than the tools.
That was close.
Okay.
I should be able to hitch a ride on those metal carriers from here.
Going at the back because I don't know if anything's going to shoot at me while I'm on it.
I made it this far. Just have to hold on a little longer. I'm gonna have to get off this thing soon.
Yeah. Get off here. Okay, so before we go in there, let's just see if there's anything to collect.
Those arms can help me reach the core. I just have to get to them.
Oh. Guess this was just a couple of collectibles, nothing more. And like I said, I did actually work for 10 years as a software developer. Websites and databases, stuff like that. But I wouldn't trade the lifestyle I have now for anything. So I know that, was it like Destiny 2, the DLC came out? I think yesterday. And PlayStation did actually ask me if I wanted a copy of The Witch Queen. And I said, nah. I've got way too many games to play. So I do have to say no to some opportunities. I recently signed with Warner Brother games as well. Because there's a couple of Warner Brother games I'm really looking forward to, like Hogwarts Legacy, for example. Do we need the core?
Well, don't have to worry about running out.
We go to the core. So usually in the core there's a boss fight, but once we do the boss fight...
I've never seen machines stored like that. Guess it's deactivated for now.
Yeah, so this is the machine we're gonna have to kill, but once we've done... And the thing is, it's not just the boss. There's probably gonna be like 20 flipping ads to take down as well.
There's the core. Now I just need to access it.
Of course, this feels like a boss arena, right? Big open area. Once we access it, then I'm sure we'll release this boss. Right, let me restock everything before we get started. Just in case. Alright. Let's see how we do against this boss.
Guess I'm not getting those overrides without a fight.
Oh jeez, it's a hippo. Thankfully, I've actually taken down a couple of hippos already.
The machine's got backup.
Of course it does. It's sucking me in.
Use it all up.
Really? Come on! Son of a... I was so close to getting one of them down. Welcome back. That's annoying.
Never seen machines stored like that. At least it's deactivated for now.
I like that. Thankfully, I've taken on hippos before.
There's the core. Now I just need to access it.
I know that using the harpoons is very effective.
Guess I'm not getting those overrides without a fight. Machine's got backup. I need ammo for it.
If one of them is dead. Let's do Aloy Surge.
No more fire.
Wow. I've got literally, like, nothing.
Can't fire without ammo.
Hang it. Son of a...
Okay, better.
If I'm trying to shoot his belly. Apparently his belly is a weak spot.
Should be able to access the core now.
GG. We did it. They literally throw everything I had at it. And like I said, on very hard mode, the aiming is very, very unforgiving. You have to be pinpoint accurate or you'll miss. You can be 1 millimeter off and miss. On easier settings, the aiming is much more forgiving, so you can literally miss and still get the shot. Let me loot everything, because once we access the core, then we're pretty much done with this area. Okay, let's access the core.
Machines out in the wild.
GG. Let's shoot on the dick, yeah. I got the trophy, first core overridden. Oh, ooh. I can now actually... Okay, so... You see this 4... 5... 6... It's nearly every single mob we've encountered so far. We can actually override now. We've got 3 skill points. Let's see. Now the reason I'm favoring warrior is because I need it for a trophy later. Okay, so I need 5 more points, and then warrior is done completely. Then I can see what else I'm going to do. So GG.
With the data I got from that core, I should be able to override this machine.
Nice.
Should be able to override Scourgers now.
Let's see if I can override this.
Now everyone's on the same side.
Yeah.
For a while.
Okay, so I can't necessarily mount it, but it will help me in combat. I feel like my arrows are so much stronger. Ow. Son of a... Oh, come on.
Can't do much without ammo.
We done? Level 17 now. GG. Worth it. Okay. And the thing is, when it comes to video games, like, when you play any game on the very hard setting, the hardest time you're going to have is right at the beginning of the game. You'll eventually get skills, you will level up, you will become more powerful, you get used to the mechanics and so on and so on, to a point where you will not worry about anything anymore. Someone still see me? So I'm sure in the future I'll be able to like one-shot enemies with my arrows, even on very hard setting. And that's what I'm also anticipating for Elden Ring. That I'm sure it's going to feel like it's impossibly hard right at the start, but it's going to become easier with time. Okay, that one is done. So now, let's see what this question mark here is about. We got some supplies. Some healing. Oh, it's 5 PM already. Jeez. But hey, if I do actually platinum this game on very hard, I will be very proud. Anyway. What are we doing around here? Okay, what's this? Ooh. A fire clean point. Right? For kaboom.
I bet this green shine will fetch a price.
Yeah. Right, so that's that. Fire gleam point there. Travel there. Like, what would you say is the most difficult video game you've ever played? I read this already. I think there's a workbench here. There's a workbench. Okay, let's see if I can upgrade my weapons. This music is giving me Avatar vibes. Outfit upgrades. Pouches. Rabbit hides. Yeah, I need to farm some more rabbits, some geese, some squirrels, some prairie dogs, some ducks, some lizards, some vultures, some jays. Okay. Oxals for sure. Yeah. Well, like I said, we will see how I do in Elden Ring. And there is at least an option to co-op Elden Ring. So maybe we can, if some of you guys decide to buy Elden Ring, maybe we can co-op the game.
That's as clean as I'm gonna get out here.
Now, in the past, basically, as a content creator, especially as a streamer, I used to be really, really concerned with, for example, my view count. Like, always making sure that I maximize my viewers and blah, 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 and made as much money as possible. But it just wasn't fun to focus on money when I was streaming. And also focus on a certain game, which would make me more money than other games. Again, that was kind of sad thing to focus on. So now I just play whatever I want. And fine, I know that, you know, I know some games really just don't get me many views at all. But it's a case of, as long as I'm having fun, it doesn't matter. But that's the reason why, for example, on the live stream, I've got some like 1.6 million views. Like live views. In the past, basically, my priority was in the wrong place, I would say. Let's go this way. I'm investigating all these question marks before I carry on the story. Especially 2 is hard again. I never played Dark Souls 2. And I'll be honest, I've never finished a Dark Souls game. Like I said, the only Souls-like game I've ever finished was the first Neo game. But Neo 2 was, for me, at least initially, was way too hard, so I just gave up on Neo 2. I might play Neo 2 again in the future if I can again co-op the game with a friend. I want to do it solo.
You get a strong color out of this.
Ah. I can't open these metal flowers just yet. I have the appropriate tool. Okay, let's get the mount. Okay. Let's go. I think that the main reason these days that I even live stream is just so that, as depressing as it sounds, so I have people to talk to during the day. Because I'm full time at home, so. If we have to swim.
Nothing on land.
We have to open this door, maybe. It's unavailable. Search for the security panel. It's interesting it says unavailable. Maybe I need to come along. Hey Mum, good morning.
Room on me.
Missing tool needed. Okay, so I can't actually do this one because I don't have the tool I need for it. Okay, let me go to this one.
I can send it to my
Let's
stash.
go to the east. Chat, I'm just gonna go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Back. Fun in the bathroom, eh? Yeah. It's a big effort for me because, you know, Have to unwind the hose. That's fine, I'll say in advance. Sorry, Mom. Okay. Am I forgiven? Oh, jeez. The flying one around there. Okay, let's see if we can take down the flying one. Sorry, Mom. For some reason, I have like all my best ideas when I'm in the bathroom. There's something magical about it. Maybe forgiven. Oh. It's a stealth mission. A Ravager. Poison. Ah. Of course, of course. Dang it. Is your mum? No, she's the mum of the stream. Because when my mum, because my mum actually plays games, her nickname online is Mithrie. Oh. Bollocks. I'm gonna poison it.
No more ammo. Ammo's out.
Might be a cheap way to do it, but as Vin Diesel says, winning is winning.
Need ammo.
The fuck did he go? The hell? Just... all of a sudden now he's interested in my hiding place. Like, I'll be honest, the sort of auto-climbing when I'm in the middle of combat is flippin' annoying. I'm getting randomly stuck. Where the fuck did you come from? Did he give birth? Okay. See if we can see where the other mob is. Come on. Dang it. I hope I don't have to do the big guy again. That would be so flippin' annoying. I have to do him again. Are you kidding me? Yeah, forget it. I was... Dang it. That sucks. And it feels like I need to do this all again without any resources. So, even though I used all my resources to kill it last time, because I died, it reloads the save without the resources, but all the mobs alive. Can I actually sneak up on this guy? It's a stealth mission. Okay. I can barely... with the stealth attack, I barely even scratched it. I don't know. I'll assume so. If you, like, run away, they probably will go back to full health. That's really annoying, because that guy took forever to get down. And it was a little thing that came out of his butt that got me. Maybe you're not even supposed to fight them. Maybe you're supposed to just go in. Investigate. Of course, yeah. That's what I was supposed to do. Just fall down a bottomless pit. That was a plan all along. In my flippin' elevator shafts. Back in a bit. Okay, man. I have a thing for falling down elevator pits and Horizon for some reason.
An active console. There's something jammed in it. An access key.
One sec.
It's raining hell over here, Sergeant!
No shit, Corporal. The egghead over at Voltox needs our security key to get the mobile cover prototype out of here. Get to the console and get it out of here!
We have a second enemy contact incoming! Another Horus! Someone call in that goddamn airstrike!
Sounds like I need 3 of these keys to get to the mobile cover system. There's coordinates for another console on file. I should check it out.
Alright, let's see. What else? Oh yeah, then to add to the list, I do want to play Cyberpunk as well. Oh, come on. Alright. I go through here? Can't. Alright. I guess I have to go out the way I came in. Dang it. Happen again. Have you ever played a Star Wars game? Yes, I actually recently did Jedi Fallen Order. I planned on that as well. It's actually really good. And the next Star Wars game we're looking forward to is actually Lego Star Wars. It was also part of the reason I signed up with Warner Brother Games. And they have announced the sequel to Jedi Fallen Order. I mean, it would be an understatement to say Mum is a... what's it called? It's the Star Wars fanatic. Oh, let's travel there. How about you? I wasn't really into Star Wars, but you got me into it.
The rebels are stripping corruptors for parts.
We watched all the Star Wars movies on Disney Plus.
Looks like they've been salvaging machine parts. I'll put these in my pack.
I think this is where the thingy is. Yeah, there he is. Did I scan him? I scanned him. Yeah, the Thunder Jaw. I'll come back at level 30 for this guy. We actually go down here to the south. Where am I not?
All right.
Yeah, I don't think I ever played Battlefront. I prefer single player, like sort of story-driven games more than just multiplayer. Like, I want there to be a purpose and reason to what I'm doing. It's not enough for me to, what's it called, just try and get the high score, let's say. I mean, assuming that's what Battlefront is. I don't know if Battlefront is just a... a battle royale or multiplayer deathmatch or whatever. See if I can swim across here safely. Like Call of Duty or Battlefield. Yeah, yeah. Like if I almost got Call of Duty Vanguard, but I would have just, if I did get it, I would have just played the single player campaign and that would have been it. I wouldn't have done any multiplayer. But a lot of people these days who stream Call of Duty don't care about the single player at all. They only play the multiplayer. Okay, what's down here? Thing. Unavailable. Oh wow, look at that. Look at the moon. Round gullet. It's fast travel there. Was a very good experience. I really loved it. What, Vanguard? Or are we talking about something else?
At least I'm trying to help.
How? By making yourself Karja.
By learning to hunt, so I can defend our home, our people.
See if I can do any upgrades. I can do 3 weapon upgrades. Explosive Tripcaster, Shock Warrior Bow. Okay, so I noticed that the green shine fragments are actually useful.
I learned that from a Karja.
Because they're all poisonous weeds.
Somehow it's docile.
Mark my words, girl.
Part of its program.
One day
maybe?
you'll see how Outlanders have nothing to offer but misery.
Trade with the hunter. Okay, let's sell. Resources. There's valuables to sell. Oh.
Then you'll realize what a fool you've made of yourself.
What do you know?
Right. Let's go to this question mark here.
Literal brute.
I must be closing in on the signal.
Talking about Battlefield 5. Ah. It's like, because I think it was like 20 years ago. I remember playing, or more than 20 years ago, the original Call of Duty game. When it used to be a World War II sim.
Pack's full. I can get it from my stash later.
Bye. Ah, fire gleam there. Like Call of Duty has changed a lot since the early days, that's for sure. Like the original Call of Duty was basically like Saving Private Ryan, the simulator. The fire gleam there. Unknown campfire. Okay. Deactivate that quest. Let's go here, then go to this fire gleam. I guess I'll head towards Plainsong so I can carry on the story a little bit. I think I've been doing side stuff for a while now, so. But something we aim for, it's not always possible, depends on the game, but something we do aim for is the poetic ending. The poetic ending on this stream is when you can finish the game, you finish the story, the credits roll, and finishing the story gets you the platinum trophy. Like, as in, you can get every trophy before the end of the game. Not every game allows that. In fact, many games don't allow that. How was your experience at that time? Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I mean, I was a teenager still, but I was like, it. Okay, let's go to the fire gleam. Top of this hill. I did think it was pretty good. I mean, one of the first online games I ever played was Soldier of Fortune. It was chaos because your run speed was so quick. You're basically running around like so quickly, and as well you could shoot limbs off, you could shoot heads off, and so on. So me as a teenager, I was like, this is the coolest game ever. I've already got that one. I'm surprised it's not literally just ticked off. Already done it. Whatever, let's slowly now start heading north towards Plainsong. Maybe we'll catch up with friendlies. And I need to say thank you again to PlayStation for gifting me this. I was probably a bit cheeky. I asked PlayStation to send me a VR 2 headset. They said that if there's any campaigns for it, they'll send me one. I'm curious, for example, like they are releasing a VR version of this game called Horizon Forbidden Call. I'm curious what this would be like in VR. Another metal. Let's leave. Okay, let's just do the story of the game. Wow, there's a lot of flippin' robots. Jesus. Song.
It won't be like this everywhere.
Look at that. But we have to get rid of the corruption. Robots everywhere. Okay, so Plainsong is a bunch of collection of satellites, it seems.
That must be closing in
Did you like the music? Like, oh. Well, I would say that I probably have bigger reactions now because games have moved on a lot more since then. Like, games have moved on incredibly. Like, I don't think there really was any game back then where I was like, wow. Some of the games I play these days, I'm just in awe of how beautiful they are.
You'll want to talk to me.
Keep your guard up if you're heading southwest of Plainsaw. We've had reports of Tenakth rebels in the area. Our scouts are still recovering from their wounds.
I'll keep that in mind. Sounds like the Eternal could use some help against Tenakth rebels.
Did you ever play Detroit Become Human?
I hope your friend is ready
There they
for
are.
what lies ahead.
Aloy has handled harder problems than this.
I'm here.
I did, yeah. The music, yeah, of
Does it mean the
Detroit Become Human definitely gets to me.
I couldn't have done it.
I actually went back and I platinumed Detroit.
But I don't know what good it will do.
I loved it that much.
The chorus is in disharmony. The subject of the cave is bad enough.
I could probably at this point go through it and get either a bad ending or a good ending. Like, I know all the choices in the whole game.
Force their way out, throwing themselves against the defensive cordon we set up around the entrance. That is only the first of many false notes. Your request has exposed deep divisions within the chorus itself and the tribe.
Yeah, absolutely. Because even my little sister played it.
You said you couldn't have assembled the chorus without him. What did you do?
Some in the chorus
I tried to actually introduce my mom and sister to The Last of Us, but they couldn't really get into the game. But I did say that hopefully we can just watch the TV show when it comes out.
What you did with Ray could be used to our advantage.
Sometimes it isn't enough to ask the people in charge.
I don't know if you heard, but they're actually apparently remaking the first Last of Us game.
Spread the word about how you soothed Ray.
There may even have been a
probably to complement the TV show.
Growing interest put pressure on the chorus until they finally agreed to meet.
I saw it work a few times with the matriarchs, and even with my mother, once or twice.
Yeah. I mean, I platinum part 2.
You can handle the politics from now on?
Oh no, I'm sure we'll still.
Yeah, I wasn't happy about part 2 either.
Time to time.
When Joel passed, like I was sort of like, it was like losing a flippant relative.
So the cave is sacred because machines like Ray.
I maybe take games a bit too seriously.
How far go inside?
Like losing an uncle.
Before the derangement, once a year, each land god left the fields and made a pilgrimage to the cave.
Always in the same order. Doe first, then Ray,
Wait a minute.
then me, and so on. Spattered with soil from their labors, each reappeared. 2 days later, shining anew. All soil and ornaments of worship washed away. The tribe celebrated each return as one of the 8 hallowed festivals of our calendar.
There's drama for everything.
Yes. Or so we thought. Over time, the land gods stopped the ritual, becoming...
Like, people were attacking Detroit Become Human before it came out because they said child abuse is not a form of entertainment. You know, referring to what's his face on the kid at the beginning. That Kara protects.
What has our machines built to kill?
Our machines.
The first part wasn't better. Yeah, The Last of Us Part 1 was amazing.
In a cauldron.
Compared to Part 2. I think they took a risk with Part 2, and it's not the risk that people wanted.
It's not like anything I've seen before.
Okay, deep divisions.
I get that the cave is sacred, but how did asking to go inside cause such a fuss?
The the fuss was already there. Many in the tribe, and most in the chorus, want to keep doing what we have for generations, which often is nothing.
Did you play Final Fantasy VII Remake?
But there are others who call for change, or extreme measures. Your request has given fresh life to the debate.
Right. Tradition. I've run into that before.
Yeah, it actually made headlines in the UK. It was on BBC News.
If you say so.
Okay, 7 Remake is definitely a game you should add to your list.
So you put fortifications around the cave?
Just some wooden barricades. We don't have the stonecraft of the Karja or Oseram.
Did you ever play the original Final Fantasy VII?
Truly hold the machines back. They withstand new attacks every day. I hope they can hold out.
I did, yeah. So the Final Fantasy VII Remake is the Escape from Midgard section of the game, but they made it into like a full game.
Scavengers and...
But they will have, there will be a part 2 and even a part 3 for the rest of Final Fantasy VII.
More vicious, with a strange purple glow.
Sounds familiar.
But it's a remake, it's sort of a retelling of the story rather than just like for like.
If they are, then yeah. There may be
But there are some things that they change up.
all the more reason for me to get inside and figure it out.
Okay, the chorus.
So, the chorus is assembled. What now?
They're considering your request.
Then shouldn't we go talk to them?
We get up and stretch.
Ready, but don't worry. Their debate won't end anytime soon. Meetings like these can go on for days.
All right. Then maybe I should resupply first. Who knows how many machines are in that cave?
Assuming the chorus agree to allow you inside.
Aloy can be pretty convincing in these situations.
We'll see. Do what you need to prepare. We'll wait for you above, where the chorus has gathered.
Did you play Death Stranding? We stop. Just redo everything. Or nav strike. Because in my case, it was fair to say I was obsessed with Death Stranding. Like when I first started playing it, I was kind of like, sort of indifferent towards it. But the more I played it, the more I wanted to play it, and then 120 hours later, I got the Platinum Trophy. And I was actually devastated when Death Stranding ended.
Stash this away for later.
But we'll see if they release a Death Stranding 2, then hopefully I'll be there on the first day. This question mark. Maybe I have to do more story quests here before I can do side quests. I appreciate that. But if, like I said, if you ever miss any stream, they will hopefully be on my Let's Play channel on YouTube, assuming there's no, like, copyright issues.
So the rumors are true. You must be the soldier who took down Regala's champion, and the one who's got this place in an uproar.
What's a Tenakth doing in Plainsong?
Resupplying for a trip to the hunting grounds. You should come by, it's just northwest of here. Bet a sturdy soldier like yourself could handle the
Take the
trials
wireless
there.
seat. Yeah. I actually.
I'll see you there.
I love Assassin's Creed, so I know it's not for everyone, but like, I thought Valhalla was amazing. It's huge, though. Mind, it could have been a lot shorter, but whatever. Like it didn't stop me getting the platinum and 100%ing the game.
So the singing just keeps going.
I played it for like
still in session?
nearly
The people sing to soothe the
like
chorus,
nearly 2 months.
to help them break their impasse. It wouldn't be necessary if they were in harmony.
I'm not gonna have to sing back, am I?
Of course not. The singing will stop when we present ourselves. Are you ready?
Sure.
All right, let's go talk to them.
Loud.
Speak.
Your sacred cave. There's something inside I know.
Yeah, it's different when you go for the 100%.
So, and the Nora have spread word of your
Like
story.
with Assassin's Creed, I probably could have finished it in 20 hours if I just focused on the story only.
We know of no spirit in the cave, only Fa, our land god, who entered the cave and did not return.
The power of the land gods is broken. We are diminished. Tales of spirits will not help us. Nothing will.
We weaken, we die, and become fertile ground for new life. This is the natural order.
Wait. You're all just going to sit around until you become food for worms? Literally?
So says the Outlander, ignorant of our beliefs.
Please. Remember how she brought peace to Ray. Listen to her.
We've heard such temerity from you before, Zoe. Let us not forget that you agitated for reckless war against the Karja.
At least she's trying to help.
How? By inviting you to break our traditions? Should we change our ways to suit every impudent outsider who wanders into Plainsong?
Did you play Breath of the Wild?
No. You should change your ways because your own lands are killing you.
We have stood by and watched as our land gods waste away. You would have us do the same with our neighbors, our children.
And this lone Outlander can save us. Nonsense. A single seed matters little in the infinite cycle of growth and decay.
An alarm. It's coming from the mountains.
Was that from the Cordon? It's an alarm!
Oh, jeez.
Machines must have broken through the cordon.
Then we need to get down there.
What about the chorus?
If the cordon has fallen, there's nothing left to prevent us from going in the cave.
Feel the vibration on the controller. It's crazy.
The time for permission.
You hear the individual explosions.
Then off we go.
This way! Out the gate and around.
fighting in the fields ahead.
These machines don't look normal.
I've seen these machines before. Hunter killers. They must have come from the cordon. The others will defend Plains. We have to move.
And at some point, I want to give more, what's it called? Another try to Red Dead Redemption 2. Because what happened is, I played Red Dead for maybe an hour, 2 hours on Xbox, and then I just stopped playing. But I definitely regret that.
Do you really think we can do something about all of this? All right, then...
I did finish Red Dead Redemption 1. Oh yeah, and then Alan Wake was actually really good to play, so I'm waiting for Alan Wake 2. Control is really good.
These machines are stronger, deadlier than normal. There's more than just one miracle in the same land.
Sorry, well...
This trail is the path of the land gods. It'll lead us to the cordon. More machines!
We can take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
Here we go!
Think you can hug me? Hang in there, Aloy! Aloy, here's some ammo. Don't let the machines
Okay. Boss. Come on, just die already. There we go.
take this ammo! Got this one lined up!
Let's do this again. It takes so long to die on this setting.
We can take them out, Aloy. On your lead.
Ah. One. Okay, that's better. I guess that's what I was missing, was the gun.
Keep coming! We'll have to get through them!
That's the last one. Now onto the cordon.
We cleared out the machines. Right behind you.
GG. That was intense. You can see as well that I have to be precise with my aiming, and a lot of times I have to make do without the arrows or equipment that really I would ideally want in the fight. So I'm getting through. Just have to believe. Like I said, I just wonder if I can be this patient if I play Elden Ring. Okay, let's go. See if we have any like boss fight coming up.
We're almost there.
So many machines broke through. What happened to the cordon's defenders?
We better be ready for anything.
Can you use the shock attack?
get that. GG. But yeah, Breath of the Wild was a game... I reacted to Breath of the Wild the way I reacted to Death Stranding. Initially, I actually didn't like Breath of the Wild. But then I started playing it more and more, and then it was basically the same thing, like 120 hours later. I finished 100% of nearly everything in Breath of the Wild.
Into the cave.
I'm now looking forward to Breath of the Wild 2. Unfortunately, like, Nintendo doesn't have any sort of trophy or platinum trophy system. If it did, I would have definitely platinumed Breath of the Wild. Okay, let's go in.
May the land gods forgive our trespass. What is that?
A kind of wall. Made of...
Up here! Follow your lead, Aloy.
I'll save this for a dyer.
See you. Go this way. But as I said before, there is just not enough time in the day. So like, I completely skipped Lost Ark.
Like a cauldron door.
I didn't even install it. 100% don't have time for Lost Ark. I'm sure it's a great game. I'm sure people are having a lot of fun with it. That's why more than 1 million people are playing it. I had to make a choice. But it's nice being able to play whatever I want to play. That's the thing.
To understand what's going on in there, you're gonna need one of these.
Thank God. She gave her a focus.
On the temple. Just like this.
There's blue light on the door.
Yeah, it takes some getting used to.
Don't worry, Zoe. I help.
Now listen.
How many focuses does she have?
They're different. More dangerous. That means there's something very powerful somewhere beyond that door. And it wants us dead.
No pressure.
And be ready for anything.
Fuck, babes. I've been playing for nearly 4 hours. It literally felt like I've been playing for an hour. Like, games like this know how to make time melt.
Let's go. We have to find the core of this place.
There's so much metal.
Who built this place? Machines. Not like any you've seen before. Machines in here. We'll have to take them out.
Right behind you.
Kill the machines.
Damn it!
Dang it. GG.
So this is a cauldron
Another wall.
where machines are
Not
born.
going that way.
There, we got it. Now, the main thing, I guess you know from me, is I'm just here to play games, you know what I mean? I try not to get involved with any sort of drama. Some people like to try and drag other content creators into drama. I'm just like, nope. My block list is quite long. I don't have time. I just want to play games.
Those cables are glowing. I've seen them before.
Uh-oh.
They're like an infection. That thing I said that wants us dead. It takes over places like these and makes killer machines.
Yay!
It's called Hephaestus.
Even the mountain is rotted to the roots.
Looks like those cables are blocking the way up. You two wait here. I'll find another path.
Okay.
Maybe we'll get the...
Standing on this floor panel activated something. Looks like parts of those pillars are rotating. Maybe if I shoot the gears, I can lock them into place. Make a path up.
Oh, okay. Alright.
That works.
That did something. How are you doing, sir?
This one there. Should be able to climb all the way up now.
Only Utaro has ever set foot in here. But I had to, right? To help you and Aloy.
Let's go.
Find flower.
So yeah, maybe we'll be able to do the metal flowers after this. Once we learn how to burn the
Another
vines.
floor panel. But I can't shoot the gears on the pillars from here. Maybe if I can find something to weigh this down?
See if I
This
can
crate should be heavy enough.
push that. Maybe loot this.
Can't fit the crate through that opening.
Did you find a way across, Aloy?
I'm working on it.
Okay. There's obviously some sort of puzzle here.
Yeah. It reveals things. Lights, images.
Okay.
Okay.
Getting there.
Fair enough. Makes sense. But this is can go through, but not me.
There might be a way across. I can get them into the right position. That did it. The gears on the pillars should be exposed now.
Alright.
Looks like there are only 2 pillars this time.
Ah, bollocks. I like puzzles. Yeah. Oh, it is. All I have to do is let go of R2.
There. Should be able to get across now.
Okay. Yep.
She's so high up.
Don't fall, Aloy!
Really?
Ouch.
Dang it.
Are you alright?
You say don't fall.
Just have to.
You made me
back
fall.
up now.
Aloy seems familiar with places like this. Are you as well?
That was your fault.
I've been to an old world ruin, but nothing like this.
Put the world fall in my head. Is there any TV show or movie that you've watched lately that you really liked?
I think I'm getting close. One more set of pillars. There should be a floor panel nearby to activate them.
Yeah.
All this metal. Cold as winter in here.
Okay, now I can cross.
I'm done.
It's always good to have extra.
As recently we watched TV show Inventing Anna. It's quite interesting. I liked it. Netflix.
Festus's cables are all over that node. But maybe I can override it.
Alright.
The cables are moving.
They're drawing back. We can climb up that vent.
How do we cross? Cables are twisted around that node on the other side. I'll see if I can get to it.
Wait here.
Yeah. I don't think that's how you're supposed to do this.
Okay, now, how to get up to the node.
Okay. Nothing there. Yep.
Alright, let's see what we can do.
You made it.
Okay, let's do it.
Come on over, you two.
We needed that. I'll assume that there is a boss fight coming up.
It's taken over this whole place. Looks like there's another node on the other side. Near that door.
Go do your thing.
How to get to that node on the other side? Okay, there's a platform down there. I think I can reach it if I slide.
Of course.
It's a big place. We'll keep looking.
Engage distribution.
All right.
Transfer
Yeah, I was meant to do that. Totally. That's what it was totally meant to happen. Totally.
Execute armament assessment output.
Okay. Let's get...
Cycle auxiliary pipelines. HX. Armament assessment complete.
Okay. Now what am I supposed to do?
Below, above us. She's in the air.
Don't let go, Aloy.
Yep, wasn't planning on it.
Matrix 5.
Okay, so I guess I have to jump down here.
It's over. Time to let go. Hey. Now what? Should be able to glide to that platform down there. There's the note.
Okay. So far, so good.
Who is Hephaestus? What does it want with this place?
I can grab this from my... It's taken over facilities before to build deadly machines. But it wasn't always hostile. It used to be part of something good. Something called Gaia.
More of those cables covering that door.
I think we're almost at the core. Be ready.
Dang it.
Got your back.
So I think the plan for today is whatever this boss is or this cauldron, finish it, and then end the stream there.
What has Hephaestus done to her? Turned it into a weapon, which sooner or later will be unleashed.
And then, Plainsong. If my people see what it has become, if one of our gods attacks them,
you know what we have to do.
Interesting.
Are you ready?
Like, how did they decide which is machine is a god and which one isn't?
That dome of light. Is it protecting the machine?
Yeah. There should be a node I can override nearby to shut it down. Here we go. Spot it. Gotta move. And I'll get the big guys. If I can detach them, I can use them against it.
It's annoying when you run out of ammo. Come on.
I'm empty.
Let's do Valor Surge. Done. Let's use this to take out the little ones. We're nearly there, chat. There's one left. No problem. Ow. And rip. Sorry.
Ring a machine that nearly killed us.
It's still her god.
I do not grieve for a god or a machine, but because I no longer know what to believe.
Look, so if you want, you can go back home.
Do I still have one?
The music was almost going God of War.
For how long? Can you really heal our lands? Save my people?
One step at a time. But it starts now.
It's time to miss. To compensate. Retreat.
I am inevitable. All the bad guys are Thanos. Collapse.
Not bad. Up we go. But there's more.
Like Aloy said, this is only the beginning.
Right. Let's see if we can loot anything here before we leave.
Aloy, core. My focus is showing holograms on it.
Overrides. Knowledge on how to tame machines.
And you can learn this?
Okay, let's go.
This'll be in my stash when I need it.
Alright. I think we're nearly there. Yeah, that's just... We're gonna run up there. Okay. Go right again.
Wish I knew how to restore them. And there's data here from machines I haven't scanned yet.
A horn. Oh wow, I can override bristlebacks now.
Got what you need?
Yes.
Let's press on then.
2 skill points. Just about to hit level 18. 3 skill points. I need 2 more. And then I can finish off warrior. Then I will decide which branch I'm going to level up next.
Greetings, graduates of Cradle 9. Welcome to the regional... Error. Unauthorized access detected.
That doesn't sound good.
Was that the sphere? Remember?
I don't
I'll wait for
think
you
so.
here.
At least, not directly.
Let's go this way. Thank you again to PlayStation for gifting me this. Appreciate you, PlayStation.
All personnel must vacate the facility immediately.
Immediately.
He doesn't want us here.
Immediately.
What exactly was this place?
Seen anything like it before?
No. There. That's our way out.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if there's any other collectibles in here.
Error. Unauthorized access. Initiating facility lockdown. Stay out.
What's going on?
Wow. Stay out.
Well, at least the emergency lights work.
What just happened?
Minerva's definitely here. And I think it's trying to keep us out. I'll scout ahead, see if there's a way to get us in.
You sure we shouldn't come with you?
Well, yeah, Minerva could be dangerous. Let me make sure it's safe.
Okay.
We'll be right here if you need us.
That seems to be the bad guy line, doesn't it, from everything these days? Like, I am inevitable.
Okay, I need to find where Minerva's hiding. I should look for a way to access the facility's systems. Blocked.
Okay. Open. I guess this is the only way, so...
Nope, sorry. You're not getting rid of me that easily, Minerva. Let's see where this leads. What are all those cables in the center for?
Just want to see if there's anything else for me to loot. Doesn't seem it goes anywhere.
I can feel a draft above. Might be a way out of this shaft.
Okay. That. Let's go this way. Oh. This way.
Dead end.
And okay. I just wanted to be sure before I leave. Nothing there.
Looks like another part of the facility. Door's locked.
What's this?
Don't think I'm getting through that door right now. I should turn back, see what else I can find. Looks like I should head up.
This way?
And I'm outside. I need to find a way back into the facility. Maybe I can
Snowy
make my
area.
way in higher up the mountain.
I was thinking like, yeah, I'll just quickly do this quest. Like, psych.
Close. If I can get Minerva to cooperate, I can merge it with Gaia. Finally bring her back. And we can start fixing the blight, the storms, and maybe she can help me figure out who those strangers in the proving lab were. Why did they have a clone of Elizabeth? And why did they want it back up?
Alright, let's see if I can go higher. Maybe I need to glide. Yep. Yeah.
I might be able to glide to that ledge.
Okay, let me climb up here. That. Yep.
Some of those rocks look loose. I think I can clear them. Another shaft.
Okay. That's all good.
Okay, now I've got to find a way to plug into this place.
Okay. Hopefully I'll be done soon with this.
Some kind of dome. Wonder what it's for.
Fell down. Oh jeez.
System core penetrated.
It's a Gaia kernel.
Minerva, I need the console. Please.
Access denied.
There.
It didn't used to be like this. Do you remember it? Anything? You were part of something bigger once. Something good. Gaia. That's right. She can live again. But only if you give her the chance. I can't reboot her without you.
Aloy, cease.
I think you'll disappear into her. Become part of her. Like you used to be.
Mithrie, will cease.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Thank you.
AI with feelings.
Elizabeth Sobek. Alpha Prime.
Master override activated. Restoring Minerva function to original code. Do you wish to initiate heuristic matrix?
Here goes.
So does that mean we've only done like one of like 8 of these? They're gonna be like the temples in Zelda.
Greetings, Dr. Sobek. A moment. Scanning data. So it is Aloy, not Elizabeth. We have much to discuss, but initialization of my heuristic matrix will not be complete for several minutes more. In the meantime, I suggest you familiarize yourself with this facility. It is our best option for a base of operations, and you can make use of its equipment to improve your ability to override machines.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good.
Shall I grant access to your companions? They will be here shortly.
Okay, but don't overwhelm them, okay? They don't have a lot of experience with things like, well, you.
So no fake this time?
No. This time she's real. Barl. So... this is Gaia.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Gaia's still, waking up. Let's look around.
I will highlight the location of the lab on your focus.
I have established a network between your focuses, allowing you to communicate when apart.
Good. So what was this place?
A regional control center, where Zero Dawn progeny would have overseen terraforming operations in the area.
What's all this?
This was intended as the main gathering space for control center operatives.
You could fit a good number of people in here.
Or maybe just a few.
So this was supposed to be...
You two go ahead.
the lab.
I'm going to...
That was its intended purpose. Some of the machine data you recovered from the repair bay below us appears to be corrupted. Accessing the terminal in this room will show you how to repair and complete the override.
I'll take a look.
Use fabrication tool. Ooh. Scrap override. Of resources. Okay. I guess I'm gonna have to kill a couple of each one to get the materials to create the overdrive for
I was
them.
able to repair some of the corrupted overrides. But it looks like I need data from more machine parts to fix the rest.
My initialization is complete. You may continue to explore the facility, Aloy. When you are ready, return to the control room. We have much to discuss.
Wow. I'm just exploring, in case there's anything here.
Looks like an office.
This would have been an access point for advanced training modules on terraforming operations. Unfortunately, those modules were deleted when the Apollo database was destroyed.
That's too bad.
And this one?
What's this space for?
This would have been the sleeping quarters for control center operatives.
Reminds me of the bedhouse aspirants had to sleep in the night before the proving.
Hey, Gaia? Why doesn't this door have power?
At my current operating level, I am only able to restore functionality to part of this facility.
I feel like we're going to be spending the game restoring this place, right?
Looks like another office.
If no one's ever been here, who built all this?
Gaia did. With the help of machines.
Interesting.
Through that door is a trail that leads towards Plainsong.
So I could head back east if I need to, once we're done here.
Correct.
We're exploring still.
Oh, I've been down here before. It's where I first got into the facility.
Okay. Go up here.
Okay. Maybe it's time to talk to Gaia.
I'll leave you to it. Back already?
I might want to look around more first.
I'll come with you then.
See these rooms up here. We've been in there already. No, maybe we need to go upstairs. It's just the optional stuff is not done yet. Oh. Let's get back to the facility.
Door's locked. Maybe Gaia will be able to get it open later.
In the middle. Okay, whatever. Let's go talk to Gaia. Yeah, it still says the explore the base optional is still there. I want to see what I missed. I just want to make sure that there isn't anything like important that we missed. Okay, so we've been in here. Let's just go through each room one at a time. I'll go that way.
Door's locked. Maybe Gaia will be able to get it open later.
There's the sleeping quarters. That was... other office. There's the fabrication tool. Have I been there already? Okay. I just feel like there's nothing else to do. Okay. Let's just go back to Gaia now.
Hello, Aloy.
Hi. So you're ready?
Welcome back, Mom.
Initialization is complete. All tests show that my heuristic matrix launched correctly.
Have you done this part of the story?
You must have many questions.
Yeah. But two big ones first.
Subordinate functions.
We're not going to be able to fix the biosphere without making you whole. I ran a search for your subfunctions at the Hades Proving Lab, but Minerva was the only one I found.
Thankfully, the sensory capabilities of this facility are far more advanced. I will search for the others now. Transmitting query pattern. Receiving.
Jeez. Or 28. Oh, okay. How are you, Jen?
Of Apollo, Artemis, and Eleuthia, I can find no trace. They are simply gone.
Oh, jeez.
What about the others?
Ether, Demeter, and Poseidon are revealed. They lie within reach. Procurable.
And Hephaestus?
It too stands revealed, but it is not like the others.
That's for sure.
In the years since the extinction signal, Hephaestus has evolved. Moreover, it is not confined to a single location. It haunts the global network that connects cauldrons to each other across the planet, making it exceptionally difficult to subdue.
Let me guess. We need it bad?
Correct. Its capabilities are essential. Without it, I can only delay the extinction of life on Earth. Hephaestus is our only hope of a permanent solution.
My phone's ringing. Give me a sec.
So we start there?
Unfortunately, we cannot. Procuring Hephaestus can only be attempted after my own capabilities have been significantly enhanced.
Grab the other subordinate functions first, then Hephaestus.
Precisely so.
So, Ether, Demeter, and Poseidon. How do I capture them?
To recover a subordinate function, you will have to travel to its location and find the physical processor to which it escaped. Then, exactly as you did with Minerva, you must use the master override to revert the subordinate function to its original code state.
And then how do I get it back here?
The subordinate function must be loaded onto a data storage device and physically carried back to this facility.
Yeah, no pressure. Don't drop it.
The cartridge your root kernel was stored on?
Yes. Its capacity is limited, so it can only carry one subordinate function at a time.
Jeez.
But in all other respects, it will suffice.
Cool. And then the strangers?
Maybe you can help me make sense of something. A while ago, I had a run-in with a group of strangers who tried to kill me. They had machine servitors and a clone of Elizabeth Sobek with them.
Yes, this was recorded by your focus.
Do you know who they are?
The answer to that question is related to the extinction signal that woke Hades, prompting my predecessor's self-destruction.
The extinction signal? Okay, that sounds ominous.
The signal did not come from Earth, Aloy.
Interesting.
The calculations are complicated, but it appears to have originated 81 trillion kilometers away. A distance so vast that light itself requires 8.611 years to cross it.
Okay, so what's so far away and why does it want us dead?
The Sirius star system.
Sirius? But that's where Far Zenith, their ship.
The Odyssey.
Yes, that's where it was headed. But it blew up. Unless... I don't... Why make it seem like they failed? They didn't want anyone to know. They didn't want future humans to think that they were out there. Wait. The strangers who tried to kill me at the Hades Proving Lab? The ones with the clone? Are you saying that they're from... that they're descendants of... Far Zenith?
You said they're clones.
Yes, that is my conclusion.
Questions about subordinate functions?
The 3 subordinate functions that you detected. What do we know about them?
All 3 are relevant to problems currently plaguing the biosphere. Ether is responsible for detoxifying the atmosphere and moderating the weather. Poseidon controls the organic and chemical composition of water resources. Demeter sows, fertilizes, and tends to plant life. If all 3 were restored to me, they would constitute a massive increase to my heuristic processing density. But beware. Their responses to my query pattern were irregular.
Oh.
In human terms, they are frightened, lost, and paranoid.
Like Minerva. They need to be whole again.
Exactly.
But the ones that are lost. Yeah, the missing ones.
The missing subordinate functions. What can you tell me about them?
Artemis rewilded the Earth with a variety of animal species. Eleuthia was responsible for gestating, nurturing, and acculturating a new generation of...
Makes you wonder if they'll delay us getting the other ones until, like, Horizon Zero Dawn 3.
Of human knowledge and cultural achievements.
If there is a third game.
All archived Apollo data was purged on the 2nd of February, 2066, by order of Ted Farrow.
Farrow, huh? I really hate that guy.
Understandable. He appears to have been pathologically narcissistic, impulsive, and unstable.
All 3 of the missing functions have already served their purpose, or were prevented from doing so. Do you still need them?
If attainable, yes. Restoring their remaining elements would increase my heuristic processing density. Unfortunately, I have no way to track them. They have disappeared without a trace.
You said you need Hephaestus to save life from extinction. Why?
Every subordinate function has value, but Hephaestus is by far the most important. Only by recovering and merging it can I regain my ability to design and mass-produce new machines at cauldrons across the planet. Only through it can I program new machines and alter the tasking of existing machines to completely reverse environmental damage. Recovering other subordinate functions may buy us time, but without Hephaestus, I cannot permanently stave off mass extinction.
Fair enough. Why wait to subdue Hephaestus?
Given Hephaestus's importance, is there really no way to capture and merge it first?
I'm afraid that is quite impossible. In my present state, launched and merged with Minerva, I am operating at less than 1/5, 18.8%, of my intended processing capacity. Hephaestus dwarfs this figure. Were an attempt made to conduct the merge under these circumstances, Hephaestus would absorb me, rather than the other way around. A merge cannot be attempted until my heuristic processing density exceeds its own.
And how many subordinate functions is that going to take?
All of them.
Merging Ether, Demeter, and Poseidon will expand my heuristic network to 41.6% capacity, exceeding that of Hephaestus.
Makes sense. How do we trap Hephaestus?
You said Hephaestus isn't located in just one place.
Correct. Unlike the other subordinate functions, which are confined to discrete physical processors, Hephaestus is distributed throughout the global network that connects the planet's cauldrons.
So, when the time comes to subdue it, how do we make that happen?
I do not know. While you are retrieving the procurable subordinate functions, I will attempt to find a solution.
Okay. Could Hephaestus help defeat the Zeniths?
So, once Hephaestus has been recovered and merged, you'll regain the capacity to mass-produce machines at cauldrons around the world.
Yes, and to program their behavioral routines, or even control them directly.
So could you build an army of machines? Attack the descendants of Far Zenith and take them out?
It is in my nature to take any and all necessary steps to preserve life on Earth, human life above all. So yes, once I have been empowered with the capacities of Hephaestus, I could design, build, and command such an army. Given the nature of the Far Zenith threat, doing so may be our only option. I must admit, however, that I have misgivings about using such technology to kill, no matter how aggressive the enemy.
That's good. It means you have a conscience. As Elizabeth intended.
Indeed.
Cool. Back. Questions about the Zeniths?
The sole purpose of the signal
put my shoes
is to
on.
destroy life on Earth, right? Why would descendants of Far Zenith want to do that?
At At this point, we can only speculate.
I mean, Earth posed no threat to them. We don't have the technology to get in their way. We didn't even know about them.
True.
Unless... well... could it be that they want the planet for themselves? The strangers I ran into, they were after a Gaia backup of their own. I mean, if they did that... if they booted their own Gaia and boosted her power... until she could take control of Hephaestus. And then the whole terraforming system.
Then yes, the system could be used to do what the extinction signal failed to accomplish. Snuff out life, and then potentially to build an entirely new biosphere. To their specifications.
So they could be trying to do the same thing we are.
But with opposite results.
Extinction. Instead of salvation. Well, this is not good.
The clone?
The descendants I ran into at the Hades Proving Lab, they had a clone of Elizabeth Sobek. So that's consistent with the idea that they came here to salvage Zero Dawn technologies, right?
Yes. As your own experience demonstrates, a clone of Elizabeth Sobek functions in effect as a key to the terraforming system.
But how could they have made a clone?
The Odyssey carried approximately 200,000 human zygotes, millions
Getting
of
my washing
animal
ready.
zygotes, and billions of plant seeds. It is conceivable that Elizabeth Sobek's genetic material was sampled, with or without her knowledge, and carried aboard the ship in storage.
That's... okay, but... I mean... This clone... how could she participate in this? Destroying Elizabeth's dream? It's evil.
It is difficult to know. Perhaps she is loyal to the group and shares their objectives. Or perhaps she is a subordinate and has no choice but to comply with their orders.
Elizabeth Sobek? A subordinate? I don't think so.
Next. How did the descendants get here?
You said Sirius is really far from Earth.
81 trillion kilometers, or 8.611 light years.
Right. So, how would the descendants have gotten here?
On a spacecraft much like the Odyssey, though significantly more advanced. The journey from Earth to Sirius would have taken the Odyssey almost 300 years. This appears to have been much faster. If their ship departed Sirius at the same moment the extinction signal first began transmitting, the journey was made in just 29 years at an average of 0.297 the speed of light. If they did not set out for Earth until they learned of the extinction signal's failure, the journey was even faster, a mere 13 years, or 0.662 the speed of light.
Okay, enough. You're making my head spin.
Okay, let's ignore the other subordinate functions.
The extinction signal didn't just wake Hades. It made every subordinate function self-aware. Why?
I have wondered this
I'm starting to
myself.
see what Zeus means
As far as I
about
can tell,
watching the
Hades
game
was
versus playing it.
and the partial sentience imparted to other subordinate functions was incidental.
So the signal could only have been sent by someone who had thorough
But
knowledge
this
of
is
the
probably
system.
an information dump,
Yes.
and then there's going to be like
Signal's design
50 hours
was
of open world
exceptionally
gameplay.
Precise and highly advanced. Were its intentions less malevolent, I would admire the intellect or intellects that produced it.
A far zenith technology.
So if the descendants came to Earth on a spaceship, I guess we can assume that their technology is powerful in all sorts of ways, right?
Yes, as your encounter with them at the Proving Lab amply demonstrates, they appear to make extensive use of robotic servitors. Further, they seem to be equipped with some kind of protective energy field that shields them from harm.
Yeah, no kidding. The one I fought seemed indestructible.
Throughout history, every defensive technology has eventually been defeated by an offensive counterpart. For example, assuming I absorbed Hephaestus and utilized it to create a large force of combat machines. No shielding could withstand such an assault indefinitely.
So there's hope.
Always.
Okay, so how did you track the signal?
How did you figure out that the extinction signal came from Sirius?
The key came with data on your focus, from Silent's interrogation of Hades. The duration of the signal itself, 17.22 years.
That doesn't make sense. You said that the signal took 8.6 years to arrive from Sirius. Why would the signal keep transmitting after it was received and you blew yourself up?
Because the sender didn't know that had happened until it received notice from Hades.
Which would take another 8.6 years to get back.
Correct. Only then would the sender stop broadcasting, after a total of 17.22 years. So the duration, halved, gave me the distance the signal traveled. With that in mind, I simply scanned my astronomical database for any relevant location 8.6 light-years away. Because it was far Zenith's intended destination, Sirius was the only logical source.
Back. Biosphere?
What is the state of the biosphere? Is the terraforming system functioning at all?
In a sense, the terraforming system never stopped functioning. The difference, since my predecessor's destruction, is that there has been no central governing intelligence to monitor its robotic agents and assign new tasks. As a result, errors have accrued, and day by day, the biosphere has gradually veered ever more sharply towards destruction. In recent months, disturbances in the biosphere have become obvious. But these bellwether phenomena offer just the merest glimpse of the complex and accelerating cycles of environmental dysfunction, now driving Earth's biosphere towards collapse.
And you can't do anything to stop it?
If you can return Aether, Poseidon, and Demeter to me, I can improvise modest corrections to parts of the system. Weather will improve, water will be purified, and rampant plant growth curtailed. But such corrections will not stave off collapse. They will only buy us time. Only with Hephaestus can I design and produce new robotic agents designed to permanently reverse the damage that has accumulated. All efforts must be directed toward that end.
Fair enough. Let's get started then.
I guess I should get going and start bringing back subordinate functions. What can you tell me about their locations?
When my
I think there was one more to the bottom right, but whoops.
The subordinate functions sought physical processors capable of holding them. So in each case you will be looking for a powerful computer of some kind. Aether is the closest, and therefore might be the easiest to acquire. However, it appears to be in the middle of Tanakh territory. My knowledge of that tribe is limited to data I read on your focus, but they seem to have a significant inclination towards violence.
Well, that's a nice way to put it. What about Poseidon and Demeter?
Poseidon has taken shelter in the desert south of this location. My substratal geography data indicates that a major old-world settlement called Las Vegas was located there.
A ruin in the middle of the desert, huh? Strange place for an AI devoted to water.
Agreed. As for Demeter, it appears to be located on the coast to the far west. Unfortunately, I am unable to provide any relevant data about the region. As such, it may be the most difficult to retrieve.
Okay, so 3 subordinate functions to go after. Aether, somewhere in Tanakh territory, Poseidon in the desert, and Demeter on the coast.
Where will you begin?
Aether.
I think I'll head for Aether.
Then I will assign Aether as the objective on your focus. If you
I just happen to be the same level that it requires.
quell the most severe storms in the region. Though I will require Hephaestus and the control over machines that it offers to permanently stabilize the biosphere. Should you change
So
your
we'll have to
mind,
come
you
back
can
to her
update
for
your objective via your focus interface
for
at
each
any
one.
time. I will also transmit a summary of available data on all of the subordinate functions to you for reference. Is there anything else I can help you with? I know you have a great deal to accomplish.
Oh, that's it. Thank you.
I do, don't I?
Your call is important to us.
Is something wrong?
Please fill out this satisfaction survey.
I don't know. It's just that Elizabeth set the bar pretty high. She had a dream for you, for life on Earth, and a lot has gone wrong, and it's all on my shoulders to fix it. Do you think I can do it all? Repair the system, defeat Varzenith, live up to her example?
Absolutely. In her last message, my predecessor declared her unwavering conviction in your success. In you, all things are possible. You prevailed in purging Hades and rebooting my system core. You will prevail in this.
Thank you, Gaia. Well, I guess I should get going.
I have unlocked the facility's exits. One leads onward to the west. The other leads back down the mountain to Plainsong, should you wish to return east.
Varl?
Whoa! Gonna have to get used to that. That's you, Aloy?
Yeah. Gaia's opened the exits to this place. Can you and Zoe meet me by the west door?
Be right there.
The trophy established the base.
Okay. I need to bring Ether back for Gaia. Varl and Zoe are waiting for me by the west exit.
Want to save
I
and
could head
I'm
back east first.
Are you sure?
Check on how Plainsong. Things doing after the attack.
I think it'll be better.
Or
this
I
way.
could also look around here some more.
After you, Aloy.
I just want to save and then end the stream.
I need to head
We'll
further
carry on
west
tomorrow.
to get more of Gaia's components. Make her stronger. You two can stay here in the meantime. Gaia can help get you up to speed. I'm not trying to shut you out. It's like training.
Actually, I'm gonna go back east to get Erend. Bring him here. Look, allies, friends can help. We have a place to stay now, and like you said, Gaia can teach us, catch us up. It'll be okay.
Okay. Take these then.
One to wear, one for backup.
While you're at it, stop by Stone's Echo and look for Milu. Give her a message for Talana that I found a way over the mountains.
Will do.
Are you going with him?
No. After what happened in the cave below, I want to stay here a while. There is much I need to understand. Maybe by the time you get back, I'll have a thing or two I can teach you.
Looking forward to it. When will you be back?
I'm not sure.
Tomorrow,
But
hopefully.
hopefully I'll
Wink.
have one of Gaia's missing components with me.
Be careful out there. Even in Plainsong, we heard how the Tenakth clanlands are suffering from storms, machines, and now Regala.
Don't worry about me. I'll be fine.
Good hunting, Aloy.
The Tenakth clanlands. Somewhere out there's 3 of Gaia's sub-functions.
I thought it was gonna crash then. Okay. I could actually just go straight back.
And who knows what else.
Okay, so let's actually fast travel to the east, just so we can get to a save point. And then we can save and exit. Okay, we saved. Alright, chat. I think that's a good time to stop. So, hopefully, next stream I will carry on. So, again, thank you to PlayStation for gifting me this. It's incredible so far. I love it. So, yeah. And we'll see on Friday if I'm going to be playing Elden Ring instead. So, thanks, guys. And I will see you next time. Bye. And if you want to redo the stream, it will be on my Let's Play channel in the next day or so. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye.